Just a dude, what's up? Squeak. I don't know what that is, but good for you. The patina on what? Oh. I'm gonna stick this on Blade Binge tonight. Well, technically speaking, tomorrow, but yeah. G23, what's up? Oh, it's on the table. It is dark. Not as dark as I see them in pictures everywhere else, but it's definitely starting to get dark. Well, once I actually finish flattening the chiefer cut, it shouldn't be that bad, but appreciate it. If you're gonna head right back out, you have a great rest of your night. I want to see this thing when, like, I've seen a lot of people's where their patina, it just gets darker and darker, and it looks like it's blackwashed when it's fun, or when it's finished. When it's fun. Anyway, I might be getting a second set of scales, aluminum scales to put on this thing. But my problem with aluminum scales is the contrast between it and the blade is going to be too much. I let mine sit in a case so it can sit there in patina. I don't put wax or anything on it. It just sits there in kind of mid to low humidity, and it just slowly gets darker and darker. Play with it sometimes, touch it a little bit, and it gets darker and darker and darker. That's how my 15V was. The 15V didn't patina, it just rusted. Like, you're not going to notice a huge difference, but it's there. This one's a lot more dull gray. Yeah, I like the I'm not sure what I like anymore. It's not all the same. I'm not going to say that. But I don't like D2 because it's almost too stainless. It's not fully stainless, but it's like too stainless for it to patina properly. So I think I should come up with a steel that has 7% chromium, maybe. Right around there. And then I want something with edge retention. Maybe like S125V, but not stainless. Okay, then get up and find out what it was. The edge on my Para 3, my Para tree. This thing's wild. Okay, but you don't know that because you didn't check, so go check. Go check and report back when you find out that Shrek was under your bed the whole time. Well, that's too damn bad. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Uh-huh. Well, I have 10 viewers and 6 likes on my screen, but yeah. Ten and 7. That sucks. Yeah, I pulled names about an hour in. It's probably that monotonous voice of mine. The one that puts you to sleep so quickly. It's angelic, obviously. Well, I'm pretty sure they were. Actually, did you enter to win? Yeah, if you entered, your chances were 2 and 50. I've got a few Spydercos. Not all of them are on the table. No, none of them. None of them are new. It's just the aftermarket scales. So you had a 1 in 25 chance of winning. For the first giveaway, it was 1 in 23, and then the second giveaway was 1 in 27. Squeak. Someone named Kevin and Dakota. Both people have bought stuff from me in the past. I tried oil. It didn't work. I'll just try not to lean back as much. You did put that trapper on hold, didn't you? It's gonna be nice to finally be able to pay some debt back. I need that thing sold. Fun too, what's up? How's it going? I'm gonna go grab the second phone, check my email. It shouldn't be too hard to sell if I have it priced right. It is an Emerson, it's not a Kershaw Emerson. To cut things. I don't know who Scab is. Nice Wi-Fi. Choir Boys Outdoors. No, I don't have anything from Vosteed, so I can't speak on them. Interested in the Emerson? Because that would be cool. Squeak. $11,000 videos? God damn. Fuck no, I won't sharpen it. Fuck that. Doubt it. Are there any custom makers in Alaska now that I think about it? Folders, not fixed blades. You can go watch the Warhammer streamer if you're interested. I know a guy who lives in Alaska too. I know a guy who used to live in Alaska as well. So the fella that shows up, I don't know who that is. All right, we'll see you later then, Brian. Welcome back then. What? I still have the old phone. Yeah, I saw that. I just had a wonderful idea for a company name. We call the company Pre Owned Knives. Today's carry was the usual: the wallet, the Flytanium fly bar, my keys, the Era 3 knockoff or build, and then the Sabenza. Sounds like a plan, Mr. I bump into dressers. If you guys hear a bump in the night, it was probably Aiden. I don't know what a P sark is, but it's a regular sark. No tip. It's up for sale. Yeah, I've been carrying the Sabenza since I got it. Yeah, I'll work on talking to him and getting that worked out. He sent me pictures of them, and then I haven't seen him since, I don't think. So, Oh yeah, no, this one doesn't. Can I front flip it? Nope. Thing's brand new. It's got lock stick too. It hasn't been worn in at all. Anyway, if you want it, I'm trying to get rid of it for 180. If you don't want it, then I might try it out with Stab, see if he wants it. It was some dude that had old and booger in the name. You bought a new Benchmade, not a used one? Okay. I hope you enjoy it. Hey Aiden, if you're still awake, how long does DLC coding take to do? I meant like how long does it sit in the oven for? I'm curious if you can replace tempering with DLC coating. So that way you don't have that softer heat treat. Tyler, what's up? How's it going? So I was thinking I might do DLC coated reblades. I'm doing fine. Slow day today. Well, yeah, but I need to know how many several hours we're talking about. Hmm. Do you think that would do that? I might do one test blade like that, which is going to be stupid expensive, but do one test blade, have it tempered with DLC coating. Yeah, you're not the only one, Bullets and Bass. What's got you feeling that way? We're talking about doing it on a blade that I make. So, probably. I don't know it though, so we'll start with that. We all have rough days. What made yours rough? Okay, so we're both on the same page that we're talking about LMAX, right? I'm talking about reblades. So if I want it done, it's being done on a reblade, just as a test. Unfortunately, Mike, that's not how it works. Damn, how much space did PayPal take up? Holy shit. Yes, I have. I find that dude mildly annoying. My dad likes him for some reason, but don't ask for help lifting this train radiator. Do it yourself. Be a man. Your supervisor's a dick, by the way. So I think I'm going to have to start doing shorter streams, by the way, guys. You realize, Trevor, that you're basically doing the same thing that Ferrari does. Yeah, your supervisor's a dick. Changing blueprints. Like, change them before you start shit and then start shit. Because that's how it works. You're a special type of person. You either got money or you want to have money. I have an understanding that Ferrari is a bunch of pretentious douchebags. In my opinion. So at least they won't sue me because that's not defamation. It's an opinion. Who's that? Oh, okay. Thought you said I should ask, and I'm like, I don't know who this dude is. I was just thinking, I don't want. I have not seen Ford versus Ferrari. All I know is that Ferrari has. To buy certain cars of theirs, you have to have bought other cars. And sometimes, like for the F80, I think you have to have a collection of the last 5 anniversary cars. So like you have to have an F40, an F50, an Enzo. Like it's all this shit, and I think the total price to even have a chance at getting an F80 was like 15 million or some shit at the low end. And I just think that that's disgusting business practice. Yeah, the worst part about Ferraris is they're not even the fastest cars on the road either. Like they charge you almost more than anybody else, and they're not even the fastest. If they were the fastest or the best at something, I could understand. Sure, but when I see a Corvette, I look as well because they sound good. I just want my truck with a supercharger. Squeak. I was thinking the same thing. I don't have a girl. Too high maintenance. I've got a 96 Chevy. Like, I can do an LS swap with a twin turbo, right? It'll cost 30,000 for the build or something like that. Maybe a little more. And it'll whoop up on just about every Ferrari. So I don't need a Ferrari. I'm happy with my truck. And it's going to cost significantly less and be easier to work on. Yeah, but Greg, you get shit mileage, don't you? That Triton V10 gets shit mileage. And the power doesn't make up for it either. Well, I don't have an F-150. But I promise you, my Chevy, okay, with an LS swap and twin turbos will easily whoop up on just about any Ferrari out there. Factory Ferraris specifically. And it'll cost a seventh of the price. Yeah, Alaska's a little different though. 4 miles per gallon. Damn, I'm good. Holy shit, that's nuts. If it's a dump truck, I guess it makes sense, but I don't have an LS swapped truck right now with twin turbos. Unless you want to pay me $30,000 to $35,000 to do that LS swap and then race, then it's not going to happen. I get whooped by a Prius right now, so I literally said if my truck had an LS swap with twin turbos, if, then it would whoop up on just about any factory Ferrari out there. I need to remove a little bit of shit off my truck though. No back seat, no passenger seat, no carpet. That bitch heavy. 4,000 pounds right now. It's not the same as guns. I can touch these things all I want. It's fact or it's fictional fantasy. Okay. So let's get this properly done. A proper twin turbo LS7, so 454 with twin turbos making right around 700 horse and then some fat ass tires in the back. 700 horse, what, 650 or something foot-pounds of torque on that thing? Maybe more. There is no way that that is losing to almost any Ferrari, factory Ferrari specifically. Squeak. God damn, that's loud. Spyderco, what? Pay for my truck to be rebuilt and we'll try it. I don't care. It'll be a good time. But yeah, at the moment, if a Prius floored it, I would lose. I've had it happen. Oh, he was just telling me that you're good. You have a good one. Well, you're the one that wanted me to race. I'm not putting that much money into my truck right now. Well, I would agree, but I was being conservative on how much torque it was making. It's a twin turbo big block. No, not. Is it a big block? I think LSs are small blocks. Anyway, it's a 454 LS. Twin turbo. Okay, so it would be a small block. God, that is a big ass small block. Holy shit. Well, you never clarified that. I lose to a Prius. What makes you think I'm winning to a Ferrari? The only reason I whooped up on a Corvette was because they spun tires and I didn't. And I only beat him up to the speed limit of 50, and that was it. Dude went flying right by me. That was a fun day, by the way. A very fun day. Got to tell everybody I beat a Corvette. Half the people asked if it blew up. Oh, good times. Well, I'm going to clarify real quick. This whole time, I've been talking about an if scenario. If my truck was LS swapped with an LS7 and twin turbos set up properly, it wouldn't lose to a stock Ferrari. The whole thing is a hypothetical situation. One of those things that you guys may not realize, a smart car is actually pretty fucking quick when you're going up against a 90s truck. They are quick. Oh. Again, The hypothetical scenario was a heavily modified truck versus a stock Ferrari. So if we're doing like both upgrading, okay, if I wanted to do this properly, I don't really care what he did. If we want to do this properly and go all out on whatever, I said factory Ferrari like 4 times. Anyway, if I'm doing a full build all out, I'm doing a 2001 4-wheel drive, what's it called? Sonoma, GMC Sonoma with what do we want to jam in there? Because I don't want that 4.3 that it came with. All right, we'll see you later, Alaska Bush Kid. You have a good one. It's aluminum. This is that Spyderco build that I did with the aftermarket blade. I got a set of Met and Boss aftermarket scales for it. So let's see. No, we don't want to do that. J Sharp, what's up? How's it going? Full all-out build, we'd go my current truck with a twin turbo Duramax with a built bottom end and an Allison 1006 speed because the 5-speed was total bullshit. All-wheel drive because, or at least 4-wheel drive because my current one's 2-wheel drive. So being built like that, twin turbo, properly tuned, easily like 1,500 foot-pounds of torque. But then you just got to build everything else around it so it doesn't blow everything up. You have fun making the rounds, J Sharp. We will see you later. Unless you're sticking around, then hi. Sure. 1,500 foot-pounds of torque versus what does a Ferrari make? It would be a 6.6. God damn, what happened there? A 6.6 Duramax. That would be the build anyway for an all-out drag race type deal. I don't have that. That would be badass, but I don't. It'd be way too much money. No, we were talking about if I'm going all out for a drag race truck, it's gonna have a Duramax in it. I drive pretty predictably. If you're predictable, then mistakes don't typically happen. Unfortunately, every time that I'm behind the wheel, everybody around me loses 10 to 15 IQ points. So, uh, I get in too many near misses for me to say that it's a coincidence, but I think everybody else in my city does too. A 488 GTB. No, the predictable thing is doing what you expect people to do, which is just stay where you're at. Uh, what would the 0 to 60 be on that? Give me just a sec. Zero. Where's the dash? Thank you. So that thing, stock, is a 6. Now, think factory torque numbers on that thing. What is factory? 2006 Duramax. Factory torque. So factory, it made 650 foot-pounds of torque. So more than double that. Amount of torque. I'd expect somewhere in the mid 3-second range at 1,500 foot-pounds of torque and like 800 horse or something. Then again, that specific truck weighs 8,000 pounds. So half the weight. Probably in the 2-second range. Mid to high 2 seconds. I never said I was skilled. And this is the whole reason why I'm saying it needs to be 4-wheel drive. And holy shit, that front end needs to be built. No truck is a 2-second truck. No truck is a 2-second truck. So the Rivian R1T, it's an electric truck, to be fair. It's got 1,000 horsepower and how many foot-pounds of torque? Uh, 1,025 horsepower and 1,198 foot-pounds of torque. Has a 2.5-second 0 to 60. And this hypothetical truck that I'm speaking of has 300 foot-pounds more of torque. So do with that info what you will. There's more than one truck that has a higher or a 2-second 0 to 60. If you put that engine in a K truck, it would be like wheelies all the time. That'd be hilarious to watch, but terrifying to drive. 800 horse in a K truck. Oh, just so we're clear on that one. The Rivian R1T, it is electric, but it's also stock. Well, let's see what give me just a sec. I'm looking the specific one up. So that one's 3.4 seconds from 0 to 60. Then we'll look up Chevy. I've seen a K truck a few times. Honestly, if you're making 1,000 horse and you drive that shit normally, you're probably going to get pretty good mileage. As dumb as that sounds, you will probably get pretty solid mileage. Oh, I didn't know that. The Cybertruck, Cyber Beast, 2.6 second, 0 to 60. So the Yanko 1500, the Chevy Yanko 1500, those numbers haven't been released yet. And I thought we were still talking about modified vehicles. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nope. I would agree with you. There probably aren't very many, if any, factory 2-second 0 to 60 trucks that are gas or diesel powered. You're kidding, right? So anything with a faster 0 to 60 second time of 3 would whoop up on your car. Okay. Dang. 30's pretty damn good. I get half that. Mine's also an automatic, but I get half that. I mean, the whole conversation is hypothetical. And I thought that much was obvious because, as everybody who follows me knows, I'm broke. I am broke. But I have accepted that. Do I have a tuner? I do not. I should at this point. Ground Fog, what's up? I've spent more on my knife collection than I've spent on my truck, so. I'm doing fine. I have a 2-inch exhaust. I've thought about upping the size to a 3-inch. My truck is so easy to work on that if I told people how to work on it, they'd steal shit off of it. I'm not going to clarify that. I just know for a fact that it is extremely easy to steal certain parts on my truck. Why would I get a new truck? That shit runs great. Well, I don't have a diesel. I have a 5-liter gas, so it needs a little more than an exhaust to get decent mileage. I do not have emissions, luckily. They got rid of that here last year. But again, it's a gas, not a diesel, so a 5-inch exhaust is just going to sound like shit. No, we were talking about a heavily modified diesel for drag racing. It's a 305, a Chevy 305. You don't know what emissions are? Do you have somebody else do the maintenance for your cars? Or do you just not live in a shitty state? California. Yeah, the 305 doesn't get shit for mileage and it doesn't make shit for power. So, like, I got the worst of both worlds. Well, fair enough. There you go. Emissions testing is where they test the kind of the amount of particulates that are coming out of your exhaust. to make sure that it is green enough. An LS swap I figured is going to cost for materials. So the LS crate motor, because I'm not buying a gas or I'm not buying a junkyard motor, and let's see, the wiring harness, everything, all material costs is going to be around 10 to 11,000. Lucky you. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna 350 swap it, because that's a plug and play thing right there. I don't need a custom wiring harness. I don't need a new dash. I don't need anything. Literally just pull the old engine out and put the new one in. And then I get a brand new 350. And that's going to cost about 3,000 to 3,500 last time I checked. Because again, it's a crate motor, not a junkyard motor. It's a 96. So an LS isn't just plug and play. I need custom wiring harness and all that shit to make it fit and work right. Believe me, if it was plug and play, I would have done it by now. Yeah, but I don't mess with electrical. I hate electrical with a passion. So I'd be paying somebody else to do that. Well, maybe now's the time to learn, considering my brake light stopped working the other day. And jiggling the wires no longer helps. Like, I can do it, but I don't want to. I'm curious, how many times has Trevor shown up in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. I know what that is. Well, then maybe I might do it myself, but there's a lot of shit that it's going to take to make that thing fit properly. And if I do an LS swap, I'm not 100% sure if I would be able to fit a turbo in there. But with the 350, I could. So, yeah, I know what an SRT10 RAM is. I've seen them before. They sound good. Why would I want that? For what? They don't get shit for mileage either. It's a big bore V10. And depending on which one you're getting, it's either an 8 liter or an 8.3 or an 8.4 liter V10. And they don't get shit for mileage. I'm sure it's crazy fast, but women don't give a shit. That's a guy magnet. I thought I already told you. It's a 96. It'll fit. I just haven't done, or I haven't figured out how much everything's going to cost and everything I need to make it fit. And I likely need new rear end if I'm going to do that. It's just not worth doing it to my truck. Most of the women I've talked to don't care how a vehicle sounds and don't like it when you floor it, especially in something fast. Yes, I know the women around here are boring. That is not my fault or problem. 5.0. It's a 5.0 right now, but yes, I'll be getting a 5.7. I will be losing about 1 mile per gallon when I do that engine swap. But then I can stick a supercharger on it and be happy. Make like 400 horse and be happy with it. That just sounds great right there. You know what's really cool? My current mileage is about 14. 14 to 14 and a half, depending on how I drive. In the winter, it's slightly better. You get that cold air in there, and it really likes it. More dense air. I might get like 15 in the winter. But then you have the downside if you have to let it warm up. Is what legal? Is this legal? Or this? Or this? Oof. Or this? Yes, all of that is legal. Squeak. Yes, my truck is older than me. I have said that before. My truck is 1 year away from being a classic. Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about around town. I don't do a whole lot of highway. Around town, I get about 14 to 14 and a half. On the highway, I probably get about 15. Maybe even 16, depending on how fast I go. At least I didn't get the worst option of that year. Yeah, I don't know what you find surprising about my truck being old or older than me. It's my grandpa's truck. Who cares? Other than the fact the brake light is being an asshole, it's a great truck. Squeak. Trevor is not a very sentimental person. I wouldn't mind having a Holden Ute. That'd be fucking badass. Yeah, but my engine has like 200,000, 200, almost 202,000 miles on it. And it's never been rebuilt. So I think if I'm going to do anything, it's either going to be a supercharger on the 350 or it's going to be maybe a turbo. I could probably do that. I wonder which one would be cheaper. I just don't like the thought of, I mean, not that I'm going to have an issue with turbo lag, but I don't like the thought of it. I just like the thought of a Holden Ute because it's a car with a truck bed. The El Camino was like that too, but it didn't sell well in the US. So they didn't bring the Ute to America. It seems like only the car guys would like that. Okay, then you're just not a sentimental person. That's fine. Are you saying it's a bad thing I own an old truck? Or I really don't understand what you're trying to get at here. I don't. Honestly, the truck I really want is one of the, everybody calls it ugly, and I kind of agree, but it's also like a Corvette with a truck body. Thank you, Devin. Anyway, cool. I still don't know what you're getting at. I have yet to been given a any information on what you're trying to say. I was thinking a Holden with like an LS1 350, or I think it's an LS3. No, it doesn't pay me well. I have made that very clear. I make $10,000 a year. I am broke. I'll be changing jobs soon. But at the moment, I'm broke. The fact that I make that work with my budgeting is a miracle, first of all. Just so we're clear with that. It blows most people's minds when I say that I make that much and can live. Yeah, if you mod those Jettas properly with the diesel, then you can get like 70, 80 miles to the gallon. It's just all the Volkswagen shit apparently sucks. I don't need prayers. Yeah, I don't make shit. I make it work though. I am. I budget my money amazingly. Mm. No. I hate tech with a passion. I also hate wiring. Absolutely hate it. I've got a great idea for you. Don't spend money. So let's get this straight. Most of my money goes to rent, some of it goes to food, and the rest of it goes straight into the YouTube channel. A little bit for gas here and there, but yeah. That's a you problem. Here's what you need to pay somebody to do, okay? You need to pay somebody to follow you everywhere. And when you're about to buy something, you need to have them smack the card out of your hand and say no. They charge me less than most places around. Yes. Most of my money goes to rent, though. A solid 3/4. It just takes an understanding that I'm broke. Act like you're broke. If you act like you're broke, you'll stop spending money as much. That's how I was able to save up for that, along with a lot of buying and selling knives. I use my money effectively. If I had more money, I'd be using my money even more effectively. It took me months to save for that thing. Literally like 6 or 7 months to save up for that. I think I started with $30 knives. I ended up with the knives that I have now selling $200-300 knives The inventory I have that's for sale is like $1,000. It doesn't take a long time to stop. It really doesn't. I use my money in a way that makes sense. Every once in a while, like with this, I will splurge on something nice for myself. But I have enough inventory to offset what I spent on that. Yep, act like you're broke all the time. That is the way that you save money. If you can, and you're able to do this properly, then you can use other people's money. But you need to have an understanding that you need to pay that back. I have an understanding. I've borrowed money to buy this one. I borrowed $100 to buy that. As soon as it sells, that $100 goes straight back to who I bought it or borrowed it from. And they get a little kickback in interest, and I keep the rest. Right? So the way that that works is they have an understanding that I'm a trustworthy person and I have inventory there. And I can find you a mini Tonto. You have fun with that, Johnny. I hope you do. No, it is not. What's your budget on that, Trevor? A small Sabenza Tonto. Well, do you want glass blasted or sand blasted? Yeah. So I use debt in a way that makes everybody involved money. But I do it like when I can buy something for ridiculously cheap, where I know for a fact, even if I had to get rid of it quickly, I would still make a profit. Well, sandblasted is 425, glass blasted 475. So I'll look around and see what else I can find. I think Trevor does both. Like, even if I had to offload this Emerson right here as quick as possible, I could stick it up for like 120 and make that and then pay them back. At the very least, I would get like $15 out of it. But I don't try and make small amounts of money. I try and get a healthy profit while selling for reasonable prices. See, I told you I was right. Hey, there's a couple Chris Reeve backpackers for 400. That's not bad. You can't buy them from Chris Reeve unless you want to go on the list. Now, does it have to be a Sebenza or can it be an Nkosi? I run a YouTube channel based on knives. I can't stop now. A Sebenza 31, so it can't be an Nkosi. Damn, that sucks. I found an Nkosi here. Glass blasted Tonto. And it was $425 for the glass blasted finish, which is about $50 off. Oh well. No, that's fine. If you're satisfied with the knives that you have, I will not tell you to buy more. Oh darn. It's too bad he wants a small Tonto. There's a large Tonto on Blade Bench. Oh, there we go. Cool. Found one. There you go. 450. It's $25 off. Well, it was listed 5 months ago. Can you send an offer? You can send an offer. I recommend sending an offer for about 20 bucks less than they want. That'd be $430. Pay for shipping right there. The thing is, it is not in MagnaCut. It is in S35VN. They might just ignore you. And if you throw out an offer like that, the offer stays for 24 hours. I would recommend maybe $50 less than what they're asking at the max. J Sharp, you have a good one. We will see you later. I personally don't give a shit about lowball offers when I'm selling stuff. So there's quite the chance that they don't either. Sure, I've spent $5,000 on my knife collection. I mean, I'm still not satisfied. Yeah, it's a shitty tactic that doesn't work on me. It probably won't work on most people. And I think you can see when accounts join, by the way. Squeak. Oh, maybe not. You're right. I'm not everyone. I think here in about 24 minutes, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. Squeak. 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 It is. Yep. It's the most expensive piece in the collection at the moment. Second place is the PM2, though. That PM2 build is fucking expensive. If I paid full price for that build, squeak, it would be, let's see, 213, 313, 383, about 400. I wanted this already, so yes, this one was worth it. Would I buy another one brand new? No. The next one I buy will be used. The knives that I think were worth it are most of the factory Spydercos made in America that I have. The Spyderco Military is overpriced at $270. A used PM2. Trevor, where are you from? Or at? Not from. Actually, I think we've had this conversation before. I'd buy a used PM2 for like 150. Maybe 160. That's a pretty decent price. I actually think that they're priced fairly well. When you compare them to Benchmade, I've got a Shields nearby. When you compare them to Benchmade, they're priced better. You're in the Midwest. Well, how many Shields locations are in the Midwest? So if you have a 488, is it black by any chance? Oh, no, never mind then. Yeah, I tend to keep Benchmade out of my options unless it's used. I will only buy a used Benchmade. Unless they started making budget stuff. I might buy something from them, but I'd never buy you or new. Especially with the last price increase. I asked, actually. We were having this conversation. Sure, I'm not saying that the 940 is a bad knife. I'm just saying that for the materials, it's aluminum with an aluminum backspacer and S30V. $230 is too much money. It's a great knife, right? Especially if you get one that's already broken in, because once it's broken in, it's even better. But 230 is just too much. See, S90V in titanium, that's actually not priced too bad at 400. If it's made in America, that would make sense. It's like probably around 400, or not 400, about 50 more than I would want to spend. As long as it's heat treated properly. That's the biggest deal when it comes to that kind of stuff. S90V specifically acts weird when it's heat treated too soft. Sure, but I don't do anything that would cause chipping. And I know how to sharpen stuff, so if it chips, then I just fix it. I think the 945 is 3 inches. The 940 is 3.5. And when you include the shank, the part that's behind the handle, I think it's around 4 inches of S90V. Then I just don't see why you'd care what you carry at that point. Like I carry MagnaCut S45, I carry Maximate, and this thing's prone to chipping. This thing will snap if you use it wrong. Have you looked into the Benchmade Arcane? It's a spring-assisted flipper with safety, aluminum scales, and S90V. It's discontinued, but they are pretty cool looking. And if you'd like one, I know where I can get one. An Anthem? I don't think I've seen one of those. You don't like the blade shape of that thing? That's a surprise. Oh well. Oh, that is kind of cool looking. The room smells like strawberries right now. If they heat treated it a little bit harder and I could get one for a decent price, I'd buy one of those. That thing looks sick. One of the few Benchmade designs I'm not actually disgusted by. And it's an integral. Damn. I can see why that shit was discontinued. All the junk. Damn. Oh, I know there's plenty of knives or companies that make reblades. I just would rather not pay for like a reblade because they're expensive. I'll look that up real quick. It is an expensive collection, unfortunately. The collection doesn't even cover the. Well, actually, I could probably cover the whole table. It's a big ass table, too. I think it's like 4 by 7 table. I have heard of tactical pterodactyl, to be honest. That is a little bit surprising I've heard of them. I've been trying to sell a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, the world is struggling. And nobody, not nobody, but most people aren't buying right now. You should try. Have you tried Blade Binge? They take less in fees than eBay. You'll have less people looking at them, but they're people that might actually want your shit. I don't think you have told me about that, but I will look into it, and at $42, I might just buy one. If they aren't discontinued. They discontinue shit all the time. I don't think that's for me. I went into this understanding that I didn't want a flipper. The squeaking in the background is the chair that I'm sitting on being a bitch. There's a section in the frame that has some wear on it. Aiden, go back to sleep. We're going to end the stream soon anyway. If you want to donate a chair, sure. Just make sure it's more comfortable than the one I was using beforehand, because I was sitting there on my... Oh, my back was killing me. I want a chair that's on bearings. I don't know how to explain that other than just saying it. Plastic and a steel frame. I have handled some hawk knives. They're made, what, like 40 miles from where I live? Gareth, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. I think the shortcut is very expensive, especially for what it is. For those of you who don't know, yes, we have a ton of knives in here. I'm just sitting here messing around with one of them. Whoops. Messing around with one of them. I do rock climbing. I like rock climbing. It's fun. If you have some money to throw away, come to KO's Knife Emporium or whatever. Ugh, a bug out. I don't think I've ever actually carried a bug out. I don't like the squishiness. Yeah. These knives have got to go. A steal of a deal. Today only. This Koenig is $1,100. Yeah, I'd be going after titanium if I did anything. You have a good one, Gareth. We'll see you later. What's beautiful? What now? Oh, wait, you're getting out of knives and into collecting Pokemon cards? Good luck. And you thought knives were expensive. Sort of unrelated. This is a knife channel. Appreciate that, Gareth, but we'll probably end the stream here in the next like 20 minutes or so. I appreciate that, though. Knives aren't expensive. If knives aren't expensive, Trevor, buy this from me. Go ahead, buy it from me. I will ship it straight to you on Monday. I do like the mini iridium. Actually, it's one of the better options for the price. Anyway, fixed blades. What is your budget and what do you want to do with it? Thank you, Crab with a Knife. I am not very well informed when it comes to fixed blades. Well, sure, but by budget, I mean I want to know how much you want to spend. Based on how much you want to spend, we can give you prices that or knives that fit your price range. I thought you liked expensive shit that doesn't look good, considering you have a Ferrari, right? Somebody found that funny. Yeah, I don't have any fixed blades for the most part, and nothing that I would consider budget. You're right. It looks better than this cut up green mat that's on the table. I'll agree with that one. I'm trying to think of budget fixed blades, but I need to know. Manderson, have you looked into the Boker rock stub? I think. I think that's the name of it. I'm in Idaho and broke. Clarified that earlier. Made that abundantly clear. Oh, I can talk trash all I want. I'm a YouTuber. It is part of what we do. Oh, that is so much better. Oh no, the rock stub was Stabby Crab. There we go. That is your new nickname, Crab with a Knife. You are now Stabby Crab. No, the rock stub is a folding knife. At least I think that's the right name. Okay, so I just want to be very clear here. $57 plane ticket cost to go to Ohio if I want to race you. So how the hell am I supposed to bring my truck for $57? That does not make any sense. I have no clue what it's like shipping a vehicle, but I will tell you that it is more than $57. And driving to Ohio would cost. Give me a sec. That's 16, 15, 1,600 miles. 350 to the tank. So we'll round that down to 5. We'll do 4 tanks. $80 a tank. 240 bucks one way. Not including the fact that I need to do an oil change. I know, but my truck is not a car. It is a truck. And it would be cheaper for me to drive it than it would be for me to have it shipped on a truck. I'm not sure we're on the same page. If we're going to race, both vehicles need to be in the same spot at the same time. What? Didn't know there was an age limit to racing. Oh well, would have been fun. I'm sure there is. Well, I couldn't afford to lose my vehicle, so racing for pinks would be wild. I'm not a big Micarta fan either. Well, usually Trevor's fairly nice, but I think he got a Ferrari recently, and then it makes him feel like he's better than everybody. It's unfortunate when money goes to people's heads. Trevor's into cougars. You can tell. That was too much grease. Bam! I was right. Interesting. I guess I can't complain too much. Are you looking for an automatic? Oh, dude, I didn't know they made Roosevelt's in 15V. Interesting. I thought they made them all in MagnaCut. Do you get to choose the steel, or is it just... Oh, did you guys already race? Damn, that was quick. Are you looking for an automatic knife? I mean, technically speaking, I'm pretty sure that Oz is like a three-man operation. Trevor Buprofen. No, I'm pretty sure that holy shit. I didn't realize they were that big. Oh my god. That is a lot of people. Never mind. That is a different company. So how many people are there? Like, I thought it was one originally, and then they moved up to like three. One, don't move to graphite. Let's see. Oh, cool. As long as they're still doing good shit, I have no problems with that. Yeah, graphite makes them gritty. And I'm not sure if they're food safe after that. Same thing with the silicone stuff. And Benchmade's OTF oil shit causes rust. That's fun, by the way. They say use this stuff and it helps prevent rust and uh, and lubricates your knife. And then one of my buddies used it on his Infidel, and now it has rust on the blade. Yeah. Yep, he used some of their shit and now it has rust. It didn't have that before. squeak. What did Trevor do now? Interesting. That sucks. I'd rather buy a Kershaw than a Benchmade. What the fuck, Knuckle? Captain Knuckles. If I'm going to buy an automatic, it is going to be a Kershaw launch series of some sort. Menderson, are any of yours in D2? Thank you, Stabby Crab. I'm glad somebody got that. Yes, I saw one of the automatic iridiums earlier today. It's actually a pretty nice knife. Okay, so my buddy's Infidel's in D2. CPM 154 or 154 CM or whatever. I've got an Android and it's currently dying as we sit here. I'm sure it would help if it figured out that it was actually plugged in. Anybody know of an Android charger that's 10 feet long and has a lifetime warranty? No, I think his was just a bad batch for something like that. It only ended up with rust in one spot. It's unfortunate that it happened, though. Okay, well, I'm broke and use warranties as often as I can, so the warranties on my tool set here that I use for knives, this thing has a lifetime warranty, and I have taken advantage of that 13 times now, which has saved me $130. So I bought it for $8, and then I broke it, and then I brought it back, had it replaced, broke it, brought it back, had it replaced 13 times. Probably. Dude, I'm broke. My phone was free. It is literally the free upgrade phone at T-Mobile. Yeah, but I've saved $130 because the price went up to 10 per each. So I'm perfectly happy taking advantage of that lifetime warranty right there. It's a great piece. You know, they break every once in a while, but then you just get them replaced. It takes me like 5 minutes of driving to Harbor Freight, 5 minutes to grab one after waiting for somebody to see the fact that I brought something in, and then 5 minutes to get back home. Yeah, if they fuck up enough times that they break that often, sure. I don't care. Saving me money. Yeah, see, Trevor, you should just buy this from me. I give them feedback on what broke every time that something breaks. So it's a choice if they choose not to fix that issue. It can be used for whatever you want to use it for once you own it. Sure, but my tool set right here is only used for knives. There is no other use for them that I use them for. So since that's all I use them for, there we go. Technically speaking, yes. However, they won't cut bone easily. You would have to chop. No, sure. It's a good set, especially when you break one and then you get the whole thing replaced. I have broken the T6 bit on it 12 times, and the T8 I have broken twice. Well, get good. And you won't over tighten them. I think that's called a lack of patience, genuinely. If you'd be more patient and figure out exactly how tight or loose they need to be, and you Loctite them at that point, just one drop of Loctite, then they're perfect. And they stay perfect. This one. Man, we don't need that in here. I mean, I know John's already gone, unfortunately. I don't want to be involved with any of that. Yeah, and if that motherfucker ain't going anywhere, then it's not going to be opening either. Cut and carry, what's up? How's it going? Is the umnums on still loose enough? No, I just find it mildly annoying when people come in here with their geopolitical bullshit when I'm talking about something else. If we're having a conversation about geopolitical stuff, sure, talk about it. But we're talking about knives at the moment, not geopolitical stuff. My recommendation, talk to people first. Ask if you can say what you want to say, and then say what you want to say. If they say no, then don't say what you want to say and find somebody who actually wants to hear what you want to say. There are simpler ways of doing this, but put my knives somewhere, well, they're on my channel, so to be fair, they're where they belong. Right here. It's just the right way of doing things. If you're going to say stuff, right, keep it on topic. No manners. No manners would be instantly banning you for saying something like that. I have given you the privilege to say whatever the fuck you want to say in my comment section without banning you for it. For the most part, there are certain things that are still unacceptable. My parents are pretty proud. Yep. Why would I show my face? There is no benefit to showing my face. I've said this before. All the people that have followed me for a while already know this. There's no benefit to showing my face on my YouTube channel. It won't get me more viewers. It makes me slightly more personable, and that's about it. It's a solid understanding of human, what do you call that? I wouldn't want to call it psychology. There's another word for it, but I can't figure it out right now. Anyway, I'm not saying you're a bad person. Yeah, it is a nice mod. Thank you. I'm just saying my recommendation is if you're going to be talking about things, you should stay on topic for what the stream is about. If you can't do that, then you'll be irritating people instead of just listen to this part, okay? If you're being irritating to people, you're not going to be pushing them towards your goals. Okay? So the same thing with the Just Stop Oil crowd, how they're blocking people from getting to their jobs and stuff like that. They're doing things that negatively impact other people in a way that causes them to be pissed off at the cause instead of at the people that are doing it. So the more people you piss off by doing things in an incorrect manner, the less people will agree with what you are trying to say. There are right ways of doing things, and there are wrong ways of doing things. If you want support from people, you need to do it in the right way. Oh, I don't mind if he's here. The more he talks, the more engagement I get. It doesn't bother me. I just hope that he understands what I'm trying to get at and uses that to help. This thing's fun. All right, guys, let's stop picking on him. Unfortunately, when things like this happen, the people that are in my chat don't tend to stop when I ask them to. Um, I'd appreciate if they did, but oh, I was telling you the truth. There are ways of bringing people into your or to agree with you, and this isn't the proper way of doing it. Yeah, if you want to go back and watch like the last 5 or so minutes, you can. Also, once we end the stream, it will be public and you can hear what I've been saying. I'm the mod. Well, I'm the main mod, obviously, because I own the thing. But yeah, I'm playing with knives. They're the man's fidget toy. Tell me you don't see something sharp and shiny and say, I need that. It's just a guy thing. That's kind of how it is. Or something shiny that goes bang. Guys just love that. Something shiny that goes bang, something shiny that goes fast. I mean, it's shiny shit. Guys love shiny shit. That's the way we are. You thought I was a girl? With a voice like that? Damn. Okay then. I've never messed with grenades. One of these days I'd like to try one out. Just because I love the thought of that, but I haven't in person, no. We'll see you later. I barely read your whole name until just now. Crazy white boy forever. We'll see you later. You have a good one. Do I know how to acid wash at home? I do not, unfortunately. The final one. God. Y'all are evil. I like you guys, but y'all are evil. Yo, bro, what? This thing's shiny. This thing's really shiny. This thing's shiny. This thing's pink. Or purple and shiny. What knives do I have? I have a shit ton of knives. Collection's like at least 150. I estimate around 180, but I'm not 100% sure. There's nothing you can do over the internet, unfortunately. Or fortunately, whatever. Honestly, I love the color purple. And this thing out during the day, it just does it for me. This thing is beautiful. You should save up and get one, dude. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the few things I'm actually scared of with acid wash is masking off the the detent track. Oh no, I'm being picked on. Oh, my feelings. I'm gonna die here because of my feelings. Anyway, I don't know. Purple with gold accents is just something else. I need to get more purple knives. I thought about getting a Rosie. I heard that they have 2 detent balls. What's up with that? I've never seen that in another knife before. Shit, I even have more butter knives than you? Damn. It's your favorite knife? Should I get one? The problem is, I want to find one that I actually want, but as soon as they pop up on the website, they probably disappear. But I want something that I actually want. I don't. Bonk, what's up? Welcome back. You have indeed returned. It has been a while. I think Crazy White Boy left. Oh, we're doing fine. Um, John was being a turd a little bit ago. Fishy Fingers, what's up? Welcome back. I don't think he needs help. He seems to be doing just fine. Squeak. I do not. I have one obsidian knife that I found while camping. So you think that I should get an Oz Roosevelt instead of another Sabenza? Oh, I do a great squeak impression. Squeak. Squeak. God damn, the Blade Binge app kind of sucks. The blue knife is a Civivi X-Arc in D2. China Star, what's up? Welcome back. Do you understand what a sadist is? Did you look that up? Good for you. Yeah, I'm not usually into front flippers. I'm sure it's too expensive, but You know, I've been told that it's a really good knife. It's a Cubitidius. Oz LMNO Oz Machine Company. Apply. From Idaho. It's a Cubitidius. Tityus. How's their heat treats? Do their heat treats suck? Am I selling it? No. You can find them though. They're like $100. Potato Land indeed. Is it so hard to have them make one in plain titanium? Or do they always do the whole diagonal bullshit? Any brown knives? Yeah. I still am working on it. I don't know what you mean by get a raft. That doesn't make any sense to me. No, it's a solid action. It took a little bit to get broken in. It took about an hour or two of playing with it. No, it's a real Koenig. Where's the Koenig? Oh, duh. It's for sale if you're interested. The average person can't afford it though. I can't afford it. Miley, what's up? You can do and say just about whatever you want. There are some hard lines though. A calf company. Yes, indeed. All your knives broke? How the fuck did you pull that off? I don't think I've broken one knife. Well, that's what happens when you buy cheap shit. To be fair, we both know that those were cheap. So I'm going to tell you a story about this knife. This knife was made in late 2016, before the Koenig brand was as large as it is today. It is an S90V. I don't have super chat yet. Nope. I don't have that turned on. It is an S90V with Cerakote finish back before they used DLC. And it was one of the first roughly 20 made in Boise, Idaho. And it is priced at, for tonight only, $1,100. No, I haven't sharpened anything tonight. But yeah, it's one of the earliest in-house Koenigs made. I'm doing fine. How about yourself? Yeah, it was made in-house by Koenig. If I'm not mistaken, Bill Koenig, the owner of the company, is the one that made it. No, that's fair. I think of Koenigsegg a lot. They make some nice shit. I can't turn it on. It's gonna take. I'm waiting until tax season's over, to be fair. But that Para 3 is in VG10. It is an aftermarket blade, so it doesn't have any markings. But I have it perfectly tuned. Titanium hardware, aluminum scales, and a factory pocket clip. Yeah, so I can't enable Super Chat right now. I'm waiting for tax season to be over, and then I will turn that on. Then I can start actually reeling things in and trying. So far, YouTube hasn't made me any money. Probably tomorrow. There was a question a minute ago. Do I know who made it? Yeah. Yep. It was made in house, which means that Koenig made it. Yeah, it's because it's an aftermarket blade. Factory blades they don't make in VG10 for the Para 3. Millet might have made them before they turned things in house. But this is one of the first 20 or so that they made in house. I've never heard of that figure of speech, to be honest. Warsmith, what's up? I think we're going to end the stream in about 13 and a half minutes. Total evaluation at top dollar for everything is about 7,000. The total I have spent is about 5,000, and well, I have an email chain going with them asking if it was real, first of all, and then getting a whole bunch of information about it. Got a new one of these made for it. It is a Gen 1 in-house model. Oh no, John Smith left the chat. Literally the most common name in the US. No, I haven't, Serbia. If I were to sell everything in the collection, I could probably get back like 4,500. Maybe a little more. Yeah, I know. They're going for 7 to 9 right now. New. And that one's a Gen 1. So I'm hoping that there's a Koenig collector that is interested in having one of the first 20. But that's all I've got. Any rare knives? Yeah. Actually, my streams were doing pretty well until you showed. No, the streams have been dying lately. Apparently, my channel is seasonal. Didn't know that. Ew, California, gross. Gareth, welcome back. Carco, what's up? Squeak. Okay, I've got an email chain between them. Yeah, 5,000 is possible. The Koenig that snaps together? No. Actually, just so you know, Dom, I live in Boise where they're made. I can, I dropped by and that's how I got the new certificate of authentication was I dropped by and picked it up and brought it there and they said it was pretty cool to see. Usually they don't get to see the older knives. Please don't. Not on my videos anyway. It's small. The place where these things are made is probably about the size of my living room and kitchen. I think there's like 7 or 8 people that work there. Yeah, it's a small place, like really small. It literally looks like a tiny office building. It's part of a strip mall with a tiny office building, and that is it. It's the size of a 1-story house. No, I don't want my channel expanding rapidly. I'd rather it grow naturally and normally. There we go. Okay. Load. Come on, focus. There we go. So let's see. The backside looks a lot better than the front. But it is Cerakote two-tone. It's not DLC. First production release. The company released its first batch. You have a good one, Miley. In December of 2013, manufacturing the initial knives were made in an off-site facility. By the sounds of it, you think that it's millet, and those are made out in Nampa, Idaho. Um, until mid 2016, the first gen, which is Gen 1, that's what this is distinguished by having two lock insert screws, which it has two. They also have a different blade and flipper tab profile from the second gen, which I didn't know. But yeah, this is when they first moved to in-house instead of being made by Millet, by the sounds of it. I've thought about reaching out to Millet and having them make a knife for me. No clue how much that's going to cost. Appreciate it. Hopefully you have a good one. Well, it sounds like they make shit for TJ Schwartz, who's also in in Boise, Idaho. So I don't know. We'll see. Well, I know that. I actually have a design that I need to show them. I don't like the blade shape of the Arius. But with the handle and the backspacer being designed the way that they are, you can't do a reblade on these things. At least on the Gen 1, you can't. I haven't held the later generations, or looked at if you can actually fit anything else. Anyway, the plan would be a slicer. Because I don't like drop points. It's not my knife. It's my buddy's knife, and he wants it sold. It is a hollow grind. Yep. I have not seen a hollow ground Rockstead. Nope. I have 4 Benchmades. They're just not my go-to, and I won't buy them new. Wonder Bucket, what's up? Can you get off before I cut myself with you? Thank you. But I wouldn't buy a new Benchmade. Because again, I don't like how they do things, basically. No, that's fair. Not going to tell you not to make jokes. It's the internet. You're free to do just about whatever you want. If I won the lottery, I still wouldn't buy a brand new Benchmade. There's no point. Like, they're not that good. Oh, is that still a T8? No fucking way. That looks like a T6. Okay, wait. It looks fake. Looks like you got it verified. Yeah, it's real. Everybody on Reddit thought it was fake too. There you go. My local knife shop has mini goblins, and they are pretty damn small. Just looking at them, they're small. I've never actually asked them to hold it. It's not something I'm interested in. So yeah, there's no skeletonization on this one. It is a brick of titanium on each side. I do not know what a bodega is. But when I got my hands on this thing for my buddy to try and sell it, I fully disassembled, cleaned it. Oh, I haven't bought anything from Bag Knives. He got pretty pissed off when Harbor Freight went and did their Icon knife. Well, you said you might have somebody who has a chance at being interested because they're a Koenig nerd or whatever. I do have an email on my channel. Yep. Well, then maybe he's the one that needs to own it. It is one of the few knives that I would probably do payments on. We'll see you later, Manderson. You have a good one. Sounds like a plan. You have a good night. So Trevor gets a specified good night, but I don't. I see how it is. We're putting a knife back together. Everything that they would have done for it, I already did. Cleaning, I already took it apart, fully cleaned it, and put it back together. I sharpened it better than they would have. They won't re-Cerakote it. I asked if they would. They said no. So it is stuck in the condition that it is currently in. Unless I wanted to send it out and have it like DLC coated or something. If it were mine, I'd bring it over to Chris Reeve and have them bead blast it or glass blast it or whatever. I took it apart, so I didn't get paid for it. No. Because I was bored. Glass blasting it, if they'll do it, is $50. I don't know. It's thinner than a lot of my other knives, but I don't have. I do have calipers. They're in the garage. Give me a sec. There's something I need to do first. It's acting up. I'm doing it in the dining room of my house. It's thinner. I think it's thinner than my Sabenza. If not, it's right around the same thickness behind the edge. Appreciate it. It just looks weird. I mean, there aren't very many of them that were made with Cerakote, so that's fair. And of the ones that were made in Cerakote, I don't know how many are used this far. A lot of people, when they spend this much money on the knife or on a knife, they don't use it. Might be. I don't know. I didn't get a hold of Koenig directly. I got a hold of. Let me see who I got a hold of. Email. Don't read what. Flubbergas. What's up? Koenig. So this was the email, the start of the email chain. last year, late last year. Um, so I was speaking to Garrett and Eden. It is 2:18 here. Yeah, they weren't. And then here was me asking if they would redo the Cerakote. And basically everything that they said that they could do to help it out, I already did. So there's no point in having them go through and regrind the tip when I already fixed the tip. And then well, that's what I'm about to do. And sharpening it on a belt when I already sharpened it on stones. Nothing that they would have done would have been better than what I did. I need a little more grease. All right, you have fun with your sprinklers, I guess. We'll see you later. I am 23. Bobrick, what's up? Well, they wouldn't do a Receracoat anyway. So not from lack of me asking them to do it. But since they only do DLC now, they don't mess around with Cerakote anymore. Oh, that's what it was. Duh. Sitting there pushing down on the lock bar. I'm going to be honest, I forget to upload videos. And then I kind of just stopped recording videos because the streams do better than every video. So like my worst performing streams are almost on par with my best performing video. I will use this thing as much as I feel like using it. It is fully broken in now. That took about a week and a half. This one's not that sharp. I haven't sharpened it yet. I need to flatten my stone before I sharpen it. Actually, the Sabenza hasn't bit me yet. I do love that knife though. Can't wait to start getting custom shit for it. I don't really like the Umumzan, to be honest. It is not my thing. And I'm thinking about getting an Arius for myself. But okay, we'll see you later. But I need to get one that I actually want. It's the same thing with the Oz Roosevelt. I don't want anything special. Literally. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I'm talking about getting a Roosevelt, but oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have the kind of money for any of that kind of shit. A Roosevelt I might be able to spring for, but not anytime soon. It'll probably take me a full year of saving before I can do that. Um, I may be getting a Menandi soon to sell if I'm lucky. I have somebody that's interested if I can get it, so it'd be a pretty instant sale on that one. Well, I run a YouTube channel, and buying one nice knife a year and that's it ain't gonna happen. That's not how you keep people interested. English knives are shit. Okay, have a good one. I'm thinking, so have there been any Oz Roosevelts? Here's what I'm looking for. I don't know if they ever made it like this. I want one plain titanium. No milling. I don't want milling. Plain titanium. In Oh, cool. So they did make them in plain titanium. Awesome. With a stone wash, I don't know. What kind of heat treats do they do? And do they take custom orders or they I don't think they're doing custom orders now that I think about it. Last time I checked, I think they were against that. Oh, lottery entry. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be that one. Yeah, I want I want plain titanium so that I can go to, if they'll do it, so I can go to Chris Reeve and have them glass blast it so it looks like this with stonewash and yeah. I cannot help with that one, Crisp. Lit, what's up? I do not have butterfly knives. Well, technically I do. Technically. Butterfly knife. Made by a company that makes butterfly knives. Oh, Dom, are you interested in a Sark? Toxic, welcome back. How's it going? I'm gonna say you're probably not interested, but it doesn't hurt to ask. An Emerson Sark with the blunt tip. No, I don't have a balisong. Appreciate the sub. I don't know what that is. Squeak? I do not have those. No. It's G10 on both sides. The liner lock. They look pretty solid stainless to me. There's the black one. Oh. Give me a sec. That's weird. They both look the same on each side. Let me go grab a fridge magnet real quick. Yeah, neither side feels very magnetic, but one side feels slightly less magnetic than the other. Having titanium scales or titanium frames is weird. Not having a titan or my god. Well, I could have told you it was newer if you would have asked. I can tell you based off the serial number. Number 1347. Things got lock stick to hell and back. Probably the worst lock stick in the collection, to be honest. But yeah, I never would have guessed. I hate their hardware. Their hardware is garbage. Like Phillips head screwdriver or Phillips head screws and a flathead. You couldn't have picked anything else. A Robertson would have been better. Yeah, this one's later, and one of the few ways that you can tell other than that is there's no date on it. The earlier ones, like before 2013 or before 2014 or whatever, had a date, and this one doesn't. So it is a later model. I wouldn't buy a custom either. If to me, if their production stuff isn't good, I'm not buying a custom. And I'm pretty sure it will always be that way. Like the production Chavez knives are fine. The blue labels are even good, but they're not made in the US. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm saying if the production product sucks, I'm not buying a custom. That is my way of looking at things. Like, if you don't care about your production stuff, then that says something to me. Squeak. Yeah. What, in a custom isn't supposed to be a tool? We might be a little bit different. We might be similar, but we might be different when I say this. I almost don't care how much I drop on a knife. I will still carry it. I will goggle a custom Emerson right now. Okay, goggle. I wouldn't carry or buy any of these personally. A lot of them are Tontos, and I really don't like Tontos. Freedom, what's up? How's it going? You're late. Aha! A CQC 8. And they still used flatheads. That's about the only one that I'm interested in. Almost every other one I've seen is either an A100 that you were talking about, um, a Tonto, or a recurve, or it has the Emerson wave, and I don't like any of those three. I don't like the wave, not my thing. I absolutely hate Tontos because I suck at sharpening them, and I hate recurves for the same reason. I don't like my Carta either. I saw which ones you were talking about. You know, I don't dislike this, but I don't think that it's a custom from Emerson. I'm pretty sure that's just a ProTech. Well, there you go. If it works for you, it works for you. Yeah, I see which ones you're talking about. It's just not for me. Squeeze. I'm going to stick with the Chris Reeve, and by the time I'm finished with the whole Chris Reeve thing, hopefully it'll be a fully custom one. I need to learn how to make custom scales. Squeak. Welcome back. Well, I'm going to end the stream here pretty soon, so probably about the next minute and a half. Yeah, they're just not for me. The Tontos just aren't for me. Sheep's foot's my favorite too. Toxic, we'll see you later. Have a good one. I wouldn't mind dropping a shit ton of money on a custom Sabenza. Maybe a Strider. Oh, I never really had any. I just didn't like them. They weren't for me. I'm looking for a set of Sabenza scales. Nobody sells just the scales though. No, the Strider I want, that would be one of the few I wouldn't use. Would be in SM100. By talking. I just want a set of Damascus scales for a Sebenza. Apparently, this is too much to ask for. I'm sure if you convinced enough people to bitch about it, they'd probably make another bit of it. But SM100 is used in a lot of shit. It's just not used for steel or for blades anymore. SM100 is literally what braces are made out of. Like braces you put on your teeth. It's the same shit. The exact same shit. I'm assuming they just don't make it in billets anymore. I would assume so. You have to do it in a. It might just be the wires, but it's still used, is my point. Probably just the wires now that I think about it. Because of the. I forgot what I was about to say. You get the point, though. Hmm. I don't know what that is. I haven't seen Vancron in a while. Like, that's not a common material. Vanadis steels aren't very common either. I think they'd be relevant if people knew what they were. Okay, in 4 minutes, I'm ending the stream, and that is it. I'm tired of constantly pushing it off. Oh, that'd be fun. I've yet to get my hands on. No, that's not true. I don't own any Rex 121. I've gotten my hands on it before. Had it on the channel for a bit. Yep. The people that join my live streams are people that are supposed to be in bed already. Chances are you're in bed, you're just not asleep yet. I'm assuming transparent knives would make you something. Luna, what's up? He makes some shit in Rex 121. He treats it well too. I've seen some of the numbers he gets, they're pretty impressive. Extremely high 60s. I love the purple one as well. I'd like it more if it wasn't $100. Oh. I thought you already knew who would make something for it. Well, it depends. What are you looking to have made? And I don't know if he does custom work, because like he makes stuff in Rex 121. But I don't know if he does custom work right now. Reblade book status is closed. And he only makes them for specific knives. Which would be Benchmade 940s, bug outs, 80 20.5s, 80 20s, and shark pups. And then apparently his own fixed blades, which I didn't know about. Oh. Yeah, transparent knives I'm pretty sure is based in the US, so oh, that's cool. Yeah, like these are some of the designs that he does. I'm not sure if the one in Rex 121, there it is. Rex 121 at 69.7 HRC. I'd buy that shit. I'd carry that shit. S125V. I want some of that stuff too. Probably this one if I was going to pick any of them. Stick it on my tiny piece of shit. Maybe it'll be a good knife for once. Instead of being hot garbage. The Os 10 that they put on my knife is bullshit. It is the softest heat treat I think I've ever gotten on a knife, and I hate it. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to go ahead and end it here. If you have anything else to say, please say it now. If not, I don't want a 940. I don't even have a handle or anything for it yet, so there's no point. I have a handle for a shark pup. Okay, seems like we're all good. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, morning, day, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.